Christ. Okay, I've been sitting here talking to myself, and I said so many hilarious things. And like, I could never repeat. Just comedy gold. It just wasn't broadcast because I didn't hit a certain button. To myself. Oh, Christ. Alright. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was talking to myself here. Alright, so it's I'm going to be working in Adobe Illustrator here. Doing this raise my volume. That's cranked. I mean, I can use this, but I think this is going to be... Jeez. That's a nightmare. Okay, I've got all kinds of delays here. And if I crank this, I think there's going to be an echo. Alright, anyway, I want to be working in Adobe Illustrator on here, lettering this comic. I'm one of Paul Sharar's comics. Hot Dog Chronicles #3. And I'm going to have to show my full screen because just showing the Adobe Illustrator window won't show any of the tool and any of the layer windows or tool windows. So and then also to do that, I don't think I'm going to be able to monitor my OBS Studio or the YouTube stream chat. So I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Every time I stream, it's like reinventing the wheel. Really lame. So close that. And then there. Okay. So the camera audio's cranked all the way. I don't have a dedicated microphone unless I put in my AirPods, but I think there'll be a delay. And I'm trying to monitor on this iPad, but it's really not. God, bloody hell. And I got the iPad open for later if I decide to stop doing this and draw on the online art jam. Maybe I can do that, project it onto this here. But when I go on YouTube, it's only showing it's not showing the chat. Mic audio cranked at. Okay, so I'm doing the mic through the webcam up there. But I think if I use these, there will be like a latent These AirPods, I think there'll be a latency issue. Now I'm hearing what I said like 5 minutes ago on here. Oh Christ, I think it's tapped into the iPod. That's why. iPad. AirPods, iPad. Jesus Christ.
God damn your heart and soul to hell, you bastard! God damn you!
Is it all good? Can you hear me all right now? I don't have any monitor. I've stuck this in here and there's a mic there. Can you hear me?
Hello, Davis Atom.
Davis Atom, you're not Adam Jones, right? You're a different Atom. Make sure I'm connected here. Connected. All right, I know you just said all good then, but I'm going to ask you again. Can you hear me louder and clearer than before? Is it the same for you? Christ.
God damn. God damn it.
Irwin, whenever you type something, it has like a translation icon before it, like a Google Translate thing where it has like a kanji and then a letter A. Same volume.
God damn you! God damn you!
Am I censored now? I might as well play the music I was listening to then if I'm censored. Oh, let's see. Oh, all right. Just bear with me, guys. Davis Adam, I'm not a regular streamer. I stream so few and far between that every time I have to relearn all the software and things have changed. So I'm gonna get to lettering. The hot lettering that you guys have been, you guys' panties have been just in a wet bunch awaiting. Okay, so I'm gonna let's see. I'm going in my OBS and see if I can get this audio input capture. Let's see. I'll put AirPods, AIRPUDZ, AirPods. Headset. Okay. Oh my god! Let's cut off this one. Oh my god! How sad! Can you hear me? La 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 la. Is there life out there? Sound man, front of house. Erwin Papa, I know you had bigger dreams, bigger artistic dreams, but right now, you're my freaking sound man for my fucking lame ass life stream. You're my front of house. No, you're on stage. You're on stage going. You know how they do? Like the guy at the show the other night, he was like, more of my saxophone in my monitor, more. And he kept doing more. I need to hear my saxophone more throughout the whole night. All right. Is it still the same? Erwin left. He just said, fuck this, I'm out. I'm out of here. I'm insulted. Okay. All right. AirPods. Oh, I shut off the wrong
one. Such a dick.
I'm such an old crotchety twat. Okay, now what's happening now? Audio wise, can you hear me? Yeah, I turned the wrong fucking thing. Well, I know that. You're on the pyro. You scorched my extensions, you cunt. I want you to hear me, yeah. I know that's why you're here. You know, just complain about, yeah, I know you're here for my yapping. Christ. All right. Okay. Well, the AirPods. Oh, Jesus Christ. What? Incredible. Incredible. All right, let's get. Well, I guess I can't. I want to be able to interact on the chat. Okay. I know you're just humoring me, Erwin. I want to be able to monitor the chat. I need to minimize this window and the OBS so I can just be an illustrator, working, a little less jerking, a little less smirking, and wearing merkin. So let me get YouTube on my phone. Get this open so I can. Oh, shut up. Okay. I forgot how to let. All right. So hopefully you can hear me and see what the hell I'm doing. One last check over here. Okay. You should see my face and my mix of baldness and long hair and gray. There's a mix. It's a variety of things going on there. My Instagram thing, and then just full screen Illustrator. Oh, it looks like I got all my windows open now. My face is blocking the layers palette. It looks like my cursor is not where my cursor is showing. I'm waving it over this layers palette that my my face is in front of, but I think on the screen it's going over some dialogue over here. So fuck it. Okay, let's minimize. I'm gonna just roll with it. Okay, so what I'm looking at here, I'll back out. Now, first of all, I do digital lettering. I don't do hand lettering. Really, my handwriting looks like, psychoanalyze it. It's like, oh yeah, you probably have been diagnosed with the anxiety disorder at 3 separate points in your life. I can tell by your handwriting. But I did learn digital lettering because I've been doing graphic design for a long time, using Illustrator since the early 90s. And my friend Paul Sharar asked me to do, he said, can you digital, he was tired of hand lettering his books, and he had a big, long graphic novel, and he said, do you think you can digitally letter it for me? I'm like, well, shoot, why not? I know Adobe Illustrator, I do typographic design, and then I set about to learn how to do it digitally, like a kind of crash course. And then my first thing was what the hell? My first thing was like a 80-something page graphic novel for Paul Sharar. Anyway, and I still do the stuff for him, and it's like not really money in it for either of us, but it helps me learn and practice lettering, and I've done very few for outside people, but I would like to do a little more. Anyway, I will not be teaching anybody quick tips and tricks how to letter, because I don't do it often enough to have this like really fast workflow thing. So what you're looking at on the side, I have some leftover balloons and stuff from like the previous issue of this comic, and I use this font Wild Words by Comicraft. Generally only use fonts from Comicraft or Blambot, and no, I have no affiliation. They just make their actual professional letters making fonts for this purpose. So it ain't, if you can download free fonts, neat, but very few of them are programmed with all the kerning pairs and all the stuff that's made for what we're doing here. Anyway, I'm using that font primarily. And, I have a lot of layers in this. Right now I've got artwork locked, but it's a placed image that's not embedded, as you can see by the X, and I have the layer set to 50%. Just for now, just to kind of have the lettering stand out. Hopefully all my balloons, for this one, sometimes I use a 0.75 stroke on it. This I use a 1 point stroke for some reason, and and then I've already basically set up all these Illustrator files with the artwork layer, the balloons layer. I have a bottom balloons, a top balloon. Some of these are vestigial. I kind of just that was a different way I did things. It's a little more complicated now. I don't really just need one. But it doesn't matter that much, so I'm just gonna a layer for the lettering, and then I have a layer for the script is supposed to be. There's two script layers. It's not really cleaned up and professional. But basically, I will copy out of. I will have a script document. I don't have Microsoft Word on here, but I have the document open in WordPad, and it is a fairly, for this writer client, it's a pretty clean script here, but there's still a lot of typos, even though he insists he went over it with a fine-tooth comb. But I'll copy, luckily he's really separated into pages, and I'll basically copy that whole thing out, and then I'll drop it in the Illustrator, and then I'll have it in the font, in the primary dialogue font, and which is an uppercase font here. But the script should be in normal capitalization, upper and lowercase, normal capitalization. Okay, because the font, if you capitalize it in there, because it's comics are it's all caps, then you've got to go through, and all your I's will be crossed. will be crossbar eyes, okay? So, and then from there, you know, I'll cut out each one and drop in. So in the beginning here I have, it's like Tiny Mary. It's just one person talking, this character, Tiny Mary. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sentences. And one thing I like to do is when I drop it in here, I break up every sentence. I don't have all that shit. I'm not going to have it in one big ass dialogue balloon. I like to break every sentence into a different balloon. Okay, and then why would I do that? Because I want it to, because I believe that you want to facilitate the movement around the page. I don't want to be stuck on a big paragraph of lettering. I want to really be looking at the artwork. So when you break these up, you can kind of corral movement around the artwork, movement from the upper left to the lower right on the page. You can kind of guide the movement around the page. So, and these I kind of already did, right? There's a little space above and below here. I'll do a lot of micro adjustments, so you're not going to see me blaze through pages here. You're going to see me look around. I know you're getting impatient, Erwin, but we'll put these. Let's look at the whole page. Let's back up. Look at the whole page. This is bubble 1, but the script says bubble 1 are all these, but I'm the letter, and when I do this, and he sees it, he'll go, oh, yeah, that's much better, or he's not going to say, oh, I wrote that as all those to be in one balloon. That never happens. That never happens. It's always, yeah, looks great. So I'm in charge of having this stuff flow around, you know. And I got to keep. What's next? Is there's a bubble. I got to look back before I can really place these, because I want to look back and bubble 2, Benmo. Why do you keep hanging around? What are you looking for? Bubble 3. Okay, so this whole page is panel 1, and then 2 and 3 are these small ones down here. I don't know if my cursor is placed right, but so this dialogue I can float anywhere around that page, and I want to make it flow from upper left down to lower right. So panel 2. Okay, so. So I drop these in the lettering layer, and at first I'll hit return on the for each sentence. Separate these. I'm leaving this Mary on here so I don't forget, but this is Benmont here. So I'm going to cut this. Cut that. Command X. Delete the blank shit there. Okay. And then separate these. Anyhow. Okay, so this is going to be weird. Paul really is an impulsive drawer, so he doesn't go back and correct stuff. So I'm going to need to her dialogue. Move that over. This will be up here, and then he's going to be saying this. This got to point down at him, but then she's going to talk again. And I can't, I don't want to put it in front of his head. I don't want to put it way down here because then I got to have a balloon going all the way across. I don't want to put it down. I don't want to block her. She's got this profile with this booty shelf here. You never want to cover that. J. Scott Campbell said that. He's like, you never cover the babes. That's how he put it. So he was like, he never put any lettering over like a woman's figure on that. But that's that's his special. He draws a certain kind of chicks. But I agree with that. You don't want to block any figure. But this is her talking, so it's like I may have to put all this over here, and then have him say this here, and then her say this here. Oh, it says Grace Under Pressure. I fucking love that Rush album. Erwin, if you're bored, this is lettering. I'm just voicing my... Philip said he wanted a lettering video where I actually talk about all the decisions I'm making, and that's what I'm doing here. So this video, we already knew it was going to be boring, and maybe it's more boring than you thought, but it's not a speed lettering video. But I got to consider all these things. Like, I don't like this bunched up all in here, but for it to flow chronologically, this is too narrow to have her response to what he's saying up here. It's so... I want to cluster these, but I don't want it all one big cluster. So let's see. I'm going to try some different bunchings. Giselle Bunchen. I'm bunching. Giselle Bunchen right now. I'll probably have... So usually with these balloon tails, I'll jump to... I'll put a balloon tail here. I know, dude. He's too busy. Yep, Philip's not here. I need to cater it to Erwin. Fucking narcissistic motherfucker. Start lettering already. What the fuck, dude? I'm kidding. For those of you new, I don't even know if anyone. I don't even know if anyone. If Davis Adams is still here. I don't have the full thing, but anyone who hasn't been around, yeah, when I talk smack to Erwin, it's a callback to some of the times when I would be in his chat. Okay. All right. These I'm just improvising here. Okay, so my balloon. Oh no! Oh no! There's a dot. My balloon tails I've been using lately are kind of a contemporary Marvel thing. I'll have one straight line. And the straight line, ideally, you want it pointing. Remember, this is my opinion. This is how I do it. I'm not a professional. But you're here watching me do it. I'm going to tell you how I do it. And you can say, oh, and reject it. Take what you want, reject what you want. It's fine. I tell you what, from the center of the balloon, imagine a point connected from the center of the balloon to the speaker's mouth. There's an invisible line going from there. And then you want this balloon, like the point, to kind of run along that imaginary line from the center of the balloon to the speaker's mouth. And then these are, I have one line that is straight, one line is a straight line, and then the other side of it is curved. That's how I do it. So the line points directly, and then the other one gives it the curvature. But if I need to curve, if the balloon tail needs to curve like kind of around a corner or around an object, a piece of artwork, and you don't want it to slash across, then I will have both lines curved, and I will do it like a thing, Then these connectors, I kind of, it goes from a point to a wider part with the balloon. So with these connectors, I kind of do that same thing. It's a little thinner, the first balloon, a little wider on the next balloon. I'll just connect all these, and I do a kind of a join action that leaves it editable, so it visually will show. Well, so you can still see the vectors here that are still there, but visually it appears joined. So this one, I don't like this. Normally, having one word at the top or the bottom, they call it an orphan, and you want to avoid those. But there's always exceptions to every rule. You have to. It's like I go by these kind of general rules, but you have to break them all the time to make shit work. So anyway, I'm trying to have a little breathing room between the first things she says. This trick feels eerie lately. Might as well be a funeral. A lot of glum faces, right? I don't know. I could put the space. I could have joined this one to the one above it, and then have a space here. But this is how I'm doing it. Okay. Now I'm just gonna drag and copy this one here. This bridge here, gonna rotate a little bit. Let's see, and press Alt and join. Oops, get this direct selection or group selection tool here. Double click it, clicks all those. Press Shift, click these. I already joined these. I'm not going to hit expand because it'll get rid of all my. Wait, I already did that. Shit. Okay. All right. You will press Alt, and join. So they all join visually, but I'm retaining the shape vectors behind it. Okay, so I'm looking at the chat. Cater to you. Okay, what do you want? You want surf and turf? Erwin wants me to cater to him. What do you want? Surf and turf? Vegan options? What do we look at? We'll serve coffee, and it will be half caffeinated and then half decaf, even though there's like one asshole drinks the decaf. You know how catering works. Okay, so do you ever copy letters, word balloons, or to study them, or just look at their work to study. Nope. I only look in the mirror, buddy. You know me. No, I'm being sarcastic about the narcissism, but I don't really, not consciously, but I think just looking at, I would say reading comics for decades, but most comics I don't even read, and I find out there's more and more. I have guilt and shame about that, but I find out more and more all the time that there's artists, professional artists that grew up just looking through it and making up the action in their head without reading them, and that's, I don't know why. That's just not a good reader. I mean, I'm not dyslexic or anything, but just seeing them and seeing the shapes, and since I'm not hand drawing them, I just have this general kind of puffed out shape, and I just kind of work with that, and I'll mutate it. I mean, I observe all the weird shapes of the silver and Bronze Age comics and all that, but I try to stick to these kind of puffed out ovals, and I'll show you how I make those in a minute. But then I will mutate the shape if I need to, or if it's masked off on the edge of a thing. I kind of keep it boring to these shapes, unless I really need to, because I guess I'm just working for on a clean lettering style that becomes kind of an unobtrusive and invisible, and just flows along with the artwork and hopefully ignorable. But yeah, for sure. I mean, Jonathan Hickman, he had I don't listen to a lot of interviews with him, but he had one interview where he was talking to someone about lettering, and when he got started into comics and how he really broke in, and he turned away. He was kind of looking at maybe the person on the webcam or something, and then he stopped and turned and faced his game, and he said, when you're when you're submitting your comics to publishers, like, you've got to have your lettering game down too, because it's hard for them to look past that. Like, you have good artwork and all this, and then you have some effed up amateur kind of lettering over it. It's a distraction, and it can be off-putting and distracting from what's great about it. And then he said that he and that's kind of how I feel when I see guys around doing their comics, and that's how I feel when I make some comment on all that. It's because I don't want someone to kind of be put off by the lettering when their artwork is great. That's why I'll make a comment or something about lettering. In fact, that was probably the first thing I ever said to Irwin when I met him, was something about someone's lettering, and that was the exact sentiment I had in mind, like the caring of that's the only thing that gives it away that this is an amateur comic. You know what I mean? Like it from a caring standpoint. But of course, if you don't know me and it's the first thing I said, it just sounds like I'm someone talking shit where I have no right to. But anyway. But Hickman said that he did that. He would go and trace. he would just go and take comics where he thought the lettering were good. He would trace. I think when he got into it, it was the digital lettering era. But the balloons, he said he would go and just straight up trace balloons from comics that he liked. So he knew at least that he was doing it like a working pro that he thought was good. And it was tracing word balloons doesn't set off plagiaristic alarms as much as straight artwork or script. So anyway, so all this stuff is very editable because it's all in vector. It's separate from the artwork. I'll be making changes up to the very end. Okay, so I got this line of script. So it's gonna be for Ben Mont, the guy in the hat down below. So I'm gonna take, generally first thing I do, I keep it. When I copy it here, it's left justified. Okay, and I'll take the first two words and I hit return. And that's a little longer. Okay, wait. First, let's separate the sentences. Okay, it's two sentences. So yeah, why do you keep is a little longer than the first one. Okay. I'm going to hit return after that. Hanging around. All right. And then what are you looking? Now these are such short things. Normally you don't want to have a single word at the top or the bottom. But here I have a single word at the bottom and at the bottom. But these are such short sentences that sometimes you don't really have a choice. But you definitely don't want to type I and then hit return and blah, 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 blah. But like I said, orphans, you don't want orphans, one sentence, one word at the top, one word at the bottom. But you got to center this. Oh, shit. Center this. Center this. Okay. These are so small that I don't think it's not much of a problem. What are you? I don't see this one. What are you looking for? I don't see any other way to do that. But this one, like, or this one really, because I could go like this one. I could do it like this. Why do you keep hanging around? That could be a long oval. You know, I might even just do that. I'm going to put this up here out of the way because I'm going to have these two adjoined, and then the tail's going to go down to this fool in the hat down here, Ben Mont. Bend over. I'd like you to meet my friend Ben. Bend over. Some grace under pressure. I like that. That's a Rush album title. Oh, Diamond in the Rough. Let's see. I'm going to separate these sentences. Okay. Some grace under pressure. A diamond. I'm not going to hit return after A because I would really be a bad orphan. A diamond in the rough. That's a little weird. So I may do a lot of these. I'm just going to go with that, even though those are kind of even. It's going to have a little bit of space at the top and a little bottom of the balloon, but hope against pain. It's going to be that. Okay. Oh, I'll hit return. Put it all. That's a little longer. Return. Movie script. I get. No, I'm going to fast forward here. I guess it's going to be the last line. Okay. Because script, I guess, is too long for the last line. So I'm going to take this in. Now that's in my movie script is too long. Well, I'm going to look at the chat in just a minute. Oh, I'll put it all. Okay, so I'm gonna like all is good for the top, I guess, is the back, and this is too long, so I'm gonna put in back up here, return there. That's almost good. I'm gonna see how my looks up there, and then hit return here. Okay, and then let's center it. Okay, so this put it all in my, it's longer than the line below it, and we want this to be as even as we can. And there's, so which is more space here? Okay, I'm going to memorize this between this M and this P here. And all these things are important to me. Now this is a little less space, but but for this, like I'll go and take this one, and I generally keep it all, the zero, the tracking at 0, and the horizontal scale at 100%. But I am willing to go tighten it in -10 or expand it out 10 points. So I'm going to shrink that in -10, and then I'm willing to decrease the horizontal scale like 5 or to like 96 or 95, and then that's fine. And I could go and expand this 10, but this is still going to fit in a balloon. Still fit in a balloon, okay. And I'll just pretty much copy one of my previous balloons. Okay, wait. I'm going to look down at the chat here, and then I'm going to go tinkle. Okay. So let's see. Cater me. Dang, I've been doing one word at top and one word at bottoms. Yeah, it's just you have to, like, for me it's a rule, like, use at least, I'll start with 2 words, and definitely never just say a or I, like a diamond in the rough. I would never put a and then hit return, unless you were fitting it in this narrow. Sometimes you've got to fit a balloon in a narrow ass space, and you could just have one word per line. It's all you just got to read your artwork. So all these, like hope against pain, that has an orphan, the one word at the top, orphan at the bottom one. But if you have the room and all that, you avoid that. But definitely, yeah, what I see in a lot of lettering, besides all the crossbar I mix-ups, are just typing one long ass line as the first line, and then hitting return, and then it's like it doesn't fit comfortably in the balloon, and you want it to fit comfortably and breathe, because you don't want anything for someone to get like hung up on at all. So I'm gonna cool. Well, thank you, Erwin. If you're not being sarcastic, thank you very much. I hope so. I want, okay. So I'll just copy any of these balloons I have generally. Oops. I'll just copy them and paste them, and then basically center them, and then I'll dip it, the scale tool, click in the middle, and I can and then just kind of roughly get it around. And basically what I'm looking at is, say you take a letter O, and if you can fit a letter O in the space between your lettering and the balloon, the height, width and height of your letter O, if you can fit that in the space between the balloon outliner, that's comfortable. Sometimes you gotta tighten it up and all that. And I will say one more thing before I take a quick break. You go to the ellipse tool and you just make an oval. I hate that. Look at it. Okay, so these aren't separated yet. I'm going to cut this out here. Hold on, I'm getting to it. Okay, so that's separate, and then we'll line these up. Good. Align these horizontally and vertically. I hate this shape. This does not look like the balloons in comics. This looks like I made an oval in Adobe Illustrator in my vector program. You made a perfect oval, and that's not what comic books look like. And I see a lot of people use those, and it's worse when it's like that. It's even worse. It's just poopy doopy doopy. It just doesn't look like comic book. So what I'll do is I'm going to take the direct selection tool. So when I click on this, you'll see there are 4 points. Okay, so it's all selected. The lines are selected and the points are selected. I'm going to deselect, but with this direct selection tool, I'm going to drag it down, marquee down here, and I'm just selecting the lines. You see the vector points are open, and then I will click Shift, and then I'm going to get this side. So now I've just selected the 4 lines, not the points. So the points are going to stay put. Also, when I did that, when I dragged on the left, it selected the text, and when I dragged on the right, it deselected the text. So now I'm just, I don't need to lock the text to get it out of the way. I'm going to take my scale tool and click in the middle, and then I'm just going to go here, and it'll enlarge. Oh, it's an eyeball. It's an eye. It's my third eye, which is my anus. No. You can puff them out. Now you can overly puff them out. Oh my God! Or too much, you don't want to hyperextend the point and make a butt crack on either side, right? You don't want to do that, and you don't want to make it. I mean, you can do this and make what we call television balloons. That's good for some of you want a Frank Miller thing where you've got all the faces on TV or whatever. But this, get it back to where it was. Start over. Okay, start over. I'm just gonna click in the middle there and go to the upper left, drag it out, and just a little bit. Just puff it out a little bit, and then that's more of a comic book. More of a comic book balloon than a. It's still. I do think that people will look at my lettering and my balloons and say it's very stiff. So when I tell people, I do comics, I would describe it as I do a kind of a professional, serviceable kind of lettering. So I'm not claiming that I'm like fucking calligrapher. Now look at this. Oh, before I go pee, one more thing. So that's as far as I go with the shapes. I'm not, who knows? Maybe in the future I'll digitally hand draw them into more organic shapes. But for now, this is what I do. Now look at this. Now, now this is centered. Okay, this is centered. This text block is centered in this balloon, but it looks like it's kind of high. It looks like there's more space here than up here. But that's because this top line is a little bit wider than this bottom line. So sometimes you got to cheat and just, if you care this much, like I do, you're going to grab it and just move it up a teensy little bit. And now it gives more of the illusion of being centered, even though it's technically not. Like that's centered, but that appears a little more centered. The breathing room on the top and bottom is a little more. I could tighten this up more, but I don't. I'm not super strict about the space around it between the lettering and the outside balloon. But anyway, that's how I create those balloons. But once I created one like that, I just keep freaking reusing them. Now all the stuff over on the side, some of it I might reuse, I might not. But I will say that these what we call radio balloons I made here, I did get a script or actions, not a script, an action set that makes radio balloons and, well, definitely one that makes thought balloons. Like some comics don't have thought balloons anymore, but I use them in these sometimes. And it's an action set that makes a thought balloon, creates all the ovals and it just saves a lot of time, and definitely looks acceptable, pro, and how I want it to look. If I did it freaking manually and took all the time, which I did, so I am happy to use that action set that I bought for this. I don't know if I'm going to be doing that this issue, but anyway, yeah, I'll just be like, click on this Alt drag, on all these, and these texts I got to break up into individual text blocks and I'll center them and read. Yeah, hopefully I'll have to look back at the script again and see if I mix these two dialogue. But okay, I'll be back. I'll be back. Just gonna reload here. Oops. Oh, you can see my desktop, my Tarkus desktop. Hopefully I don't get sued for that. Sorry, I have a be right back thing here. Turn this off. Audio. AirPods. Oh, that's hilarious. Let's move that down here. Art webcam. That shouldn't be on anyway. Okay. Wow, that took a long time. All right, I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. So who's on here? Who's what? I'm gonna look at the. I'm gonna look. Can you hear me? We good? I was going to take a look over here. Two concurrent. Are there? Did I lose anybody? I got Irwin. I mean, that's like a viewer and a half. It's worth like 3 viewers. Probably lost Davis Adam a long ass time ago. Dropped off. It's boring ass. Thought I was gonna draw something good, some well proportioned shit. Okay. All right, let me minimize this. Get back to business. Get back to business. Get back to business. Is business? Where's the business? Illustrator. Fulsk. Okay, we're back to Fulsk. Okay, my cursor. Okay, it looks like my cursor is where it's supposed to be on the broadcast. All right, so I'm gonna put away my OBS, so I can't see OBS. Look at the chat on my phone. It says there's 3 people in here. That's cool. Stay anonymous is fine, because sometimes I want to check people's shit out, but I don't want them to call me out. Like, hey, Bob's here, so, you know, which would happen on Instagram Live. You used to just be going through stories, and you ended up on, oh, it's this person's live, and they're like, and then they call out your name, and all this shit. I don't want to watch this bullshit. Oh, he called my name out. Oh. I know what's happened to you. Okay, why do you keep hanging around? What are you looking for? Even this oval's kind of wiggity whack, but I want to make sure. Okay, so I'm making all my outlines on this book. I want to make them all one point stroke on all these. I want it to be consistent. So I've selected all the 1 point black strokes. So they're all, and I had a setting in Illustrator that says, like, do not scale strokes and effects. Do not scale strokes and effects. So that when I resize each of these balloons, I don't have to go and it was a 1 point stroke, but now that you slightly change the size, it's a 0.08, 0.85, you know, like I don't have to keep fixing my damn stroke weight. Okay, very helpful. Okay, and this is going to be another one of those. We got to cheat it. I'm going to nudge it up. Boop. And that looks a little more centered. Maybe when I hit the arrow key up or down, it nudges it 1. What is that? 8, 16. What? It nudges it like a 32nd of an inch. So I'm going to probably go back down less than 007. Nope. I think that's good. Okay, so why do you keep hanging around? What are you looking for? This is Ben Mott saying this. So I don't know, but and then she's saying all 4 of these. This is where I curse Paul's name, like, you son. You made me fit all that shit. I'm fucking. I just bitch him out. You motherfucker on the left, the first speaker, guy speaking in the thing you put on the right, and I gotta make that work. Oh, I didn't divide these up. I know I did I lettered a, there was a panel in I think it was a potato mummy story that Paul Sharar did, where, it's like you got the first person to speak, you want them on the left, you got to start from the upper left and make your way to the lower right. And when there's a conversation, you need the first person talking on the left. And he had it reversed. And it's like, God damn it, how am I going to make this? I can't make these balloon tails going over these heads. And I just went in Photoshop and took his panel and flipped it, And he didn't care. He didn't give a shit. Definitely didn't notice, and then I pointed out to him, and he'd just be like, "Great, looks tits." using that term, tongue in cheek way. Do I have to explain friends' humor sensibilities here? Sometimes I do. I think I've said some stuff, and then people made comments that I was like some kind of misogynist, and I made totally silly, tough guy kind of comments, where I used the B word, like, who is this B, or something like that, Come on, man. Yeah, this is. I'll mess with these placements for a long ass time. I don't feel like I should put it up there any higher than that. This is Benmont talking down here. But then I gotta fit all her beep down here. Some grace under pressure, perhaps. A diamond in the rough. Hope against pain. Oh, I'll put it all in my movie script, I guess. That's what she sounds like. That's what this frickin' hoe sounds like. See what I mean? I will say very I will speak of his characters in very derogatory, offensive terms if I'm irritated at something like that he made me do or didn't fix in the script or something like that. That's how I will express it in referring to his characters in very offensive, derogatory terms. Okay. Oh! Am I all good here? AirPods. Cam video. Make sure nothing's on that I don't want on. Okay. Okay. That looks good. Okay. These balloon tails. So, like I said, if you can fit a letter O in the lettering you're doing, the size of lettering, take a letter O of that, and that will be your measure of your space between your, roughly, and there's always exceptions, between your lettering and the outer edge of the balloon. And also in here, but obviously here it's much wider than an O, but you definitely don't want it thinner than your letter O here. But this one, here I'm going to join these. This is a little fatter in here. Oh wait, these should all have, wait, another thing, let's zoom in here. See how that's flat? Side note, if I do it sharp this way, it's cut off, it's so sharp it's cut off here, right at the vector point. But if I raise the limit, so I can make it sharp, ooh, then what happens? It goes way, it's like a lance. Lance? No, I mean a lance, like a long point. Okay. I don't need it to go to that findable point because it's so small. I will put a rounded. So you zoom in, it is a rounded tip. It should be better than the long ass lance, because sometimes if your balloon, if the two lines and sides of the balloon are too close together, it will produce a lance that is extremely long point, and then sometimes it'll be off. It won't go in the, it'll kind of have like a Peyronie's disease and veer off. So these are small enough where I'm okay with a rounded tip on there. I would want it to be a nice clean point, but because the point, it's only one point stroke, that's good enough for me. But if I thin this up to where, okay, I want it to be just to be able to fit an O in there, then it gets kind of, it just gets kind of thin, and then towards the point of the arrow, it gets even thinner. And if this is on a black background, we're going to lose a lot of this. So I'm going to turn the background, the line art, I'm going to turn it back to all the way dark, and then look how much shorter. Like there's the vector of the balloon, but it's like way smaller ass. And I want it, it's supposed to be, we want to point it there ultimately, but this is her hair, I want it just outside the hair. So maybe I will make it wider, and then that, and just, you know, see how it looks. But I know this is not going to her, so that was really just an exercise. This is actually going to go to Benmont, and he's way down here, so I'm going to start a point, and you can't see his mouth. His mouth is in the front here, so I'm just going to point it at the center here. I'm going to click the point here, and then click kind of in the center here, a little off to the right. Click it, and then I'm going to curve the round. Now there's this weird ass shadow, a very Sharar freaking shadow with zero light source logic behind. I either have to get this thing the hell out of the way or totally cover it up. All right, so I've really got to make this point work. is longer and thinner. It's got a curve around. So we want it to go there, but then there's this weird ass squiggly. I kind of just want to cover that up because you're also always looking for peccadillos where you never like this is right on this edge of this balloon is right on this line and you don't want it, but it's just barely going to fit in there. Let's show this. Okay. Shit. I'm going to have to ungroup that. Let's see. Release compound shape. Okay. So this I moved, so I need to recenter it. Okay. And then I need to move it down. Just so it appears centered. Okay. How far can I move it over here? I'm going to try this. I'm going to join these. But let's just say I'm constantly tweaking the spacing and I don't want anything resting right on a line. Move that a little bit. This is kind of slightly egregious at the top of this balloon is with this line. I will tweak that just for that purpose. So this line is its own thing and it's not butting into where this balloon meets this tail. Like, you just don't want anything to line up. Like this here, this balloon touching this top line, not good. Not good. And the not good hood. All right. And what I don't like is I'm going to delete this. I'm going to do one manually. Let's start from her mouth to the center of this. Click over and back. I don't think there's any room to curve this. It's not much room at all. Here, I'm just going to make it straight. Bless you. And it's my wife's sick. Everybody's sick. Get well soon. Katina, that's my wife's name. You didn't know. Just click all these, make sure I get the rounded. Alright. That's not ideal. This is really cramped up in here. Not ideal. But he drew it a certain way. And Erwin says get better soon. All right, so hopefully this is all connected. Hopefully this reads straight down here. And then Benmont's saying this. It's above that. So hopefully it's read in order. Okay, let's see if I missed anything. I'll put it in my movies group. I guess panel 2. Okay, panel 2 is this little one. It's going to move on to that. Panel 2, bubble 1. I'm going to determine which bubble it is, but you must have somewhere to seek out your desires. What's your purpose? Your desires. So this comic book, he's trying to do like a kind of an old, not detective noir, but kind of an old black and white movie. And he says he wants it to be super simple and predictable, and like intentionally simple and predictable, and with the and basic, just like some old movie. That's what he said. So, okay. But I do like in this book that his layout, he's doing a little more with the layouts. Whereas some of the other comics he's been doing, because he tried to switch to just drawing real fast. I want to be able to put out a comic once a month. And so he just set out like increasing his speed and kind of sacrificing some things. So some of his pages would just have a shitload of text, and a giant balloon at the top, and just simple panel. With this, I think he's trying to do a little more splashy layout pages, which is cool. Okay, that's her. I'm gonna switch back to. I'm gonna dim the images again. Okay. Okay, she says that. He says, desires? What dost thou mean, desires? Coffee, tea, or me? I don't know. It says, I desire to disappear from this God-forsaken town. What's that? That's panel 3, bubble 1. Okay. Now we're inbound to panels. So I may do these balloons a little differently. I'll probably do a little masking. Probably do a little masking. So this I can fit this all up here if I want. This I have it flat against the top, because let's see what happens here. That's kind of too low. Like I'll have the balloon masked out at the top, and I'll just have it coming down like this. I think I'm going to do it like this. I'm going to tighten this one up. -10 tracking. 95, and then this middle one, I'm going to extend it out. Kind of the same. 10 and then 105. And then what's your purpose? The problem is if I do it like this, that's whack, because that just puts the oval, just makes the oval whack. So I feel it'll fit into an oval a little better this way, even though this top is longer. Then I'll probably tighten it up. I'll leave it like that. Okay, so all right, balloons. So yeah, there are way faster ways to do this stuff, but I don't have a fast workflow. Because I don't do it. I'm not doing it professionally or every day. I'm not in lettering. I'm in lettering prison right now. I guess. I do wish I could do more this lettering for money, but I don't think. I feel like, yeah, that's a complicated thing, because the people that would hire me, I don't think I would like to do it for a company so that they have pro expectations, and I know I will receive an actual finished script, and I will receive like artwork that is ready to letter. Whereas working with people on my kind of amateur level, you kind of receive stuff that's not quite ready, or they're not sure how it's supposed to be, and in that case, they end up expecting pre-press, like file, like you did not just do the lettering, but make the thing, make a print-ready file of thing, you know. And Nate Picos talks about that too. He said that often that happens. It's like you can do that, but you charge for it. A lot of people, when I did a manga, I lettered. I mean, that's a whole other story how I ended up doing that. Lettering a manga translation. Like they gave me the script. They gave me a finished script and everything, but it's like I was hired to letter it. I was hired to letter it, but then I was also like processing these TIFF images too. So I was like taking these TIFF images, and then I had to do the lettering, and then I kind of had to save these out. There was extra stuff that they were sneaking in for me to do that involved having it print ready, you know. What the Christ? This got, put this on the lettering layer so it's above. This is I've just made a mask. I'm going to mask the whole thing. Boom. Okay. So how's that? This is weird because look how he did it. He didn't use this line is kind of sketchy ass here. So I want it to be, I want it to line up, but you know, you're kind of working with kind of organic art. Let's pull this down. Let's do this. Oops. I think that's fine. And let's see how it looks. Oh. Undim this. Yeah. Okay. So now it's masked at the top there. And I adjusted. You see the, now you can see here the oval where it was. It's still, this is still positioned in it well. And you can have this top long ass line because it's comfortably with the top border. With the border. You remember when Schwarzenegger was the governor? He said, "Close the borders." That's what I said. Close the borders. Wait, what the Christ? Okay. What happened? Tim? Okay. Desires? I am the silver surfer, I have no desires. Save Shalal Balading Dong, who I sacrificed. Sometimes I have defined toes, sometimes I do not, but I never have a defined genitals. Have you noticed? Alright, let me know if my mic picks this next sound sample up. Okay, did that come through? Now look what happened. What did I do? Okay, I'm going to cut this. Oops. This move, I accidentally moved this. Not the whole thing, right? Just the mask. I'm going to fuck around on my phone for a second. I guess I should have posted on Instagram that I was streaming. But who cares? Copy link. Let's see here. How about that? Okay. Yeah, I should have done that 2 hours ago. Then the legions would have been notified. The legions just haven't been notified. But it's okay. All right, where was I? What does this say? Okay. Okay. Let's get back into it. Okay, yeah, I had accidentally moved that mask. Okay, there's this. Oh, and sometimes these. I'm gonna put this on the proper layer. Sorry, some of the stuff some stuff you have to go back and freaking redo it and putz with it. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but that's just the way. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm gonna have to mute before this. There's a wild beast, some mini Tarzan yodeling in the background. I'm gonna have to mute for a minute. Oh, I forgot I was muted. I guess I docked myself for copyright because I was singing "My Desire, My Desire" by Devo. Which who was it? I think they took the lyrics from the writings of a serial killer. I can't remember. I don't know if anyone's watching anymore. Let's see what my... Oh, let's check off some things. Check. Oops, nope. Undo. Letter, Hot Dog Chronicles. Let's see what's next. Brunson. Oop, I'm not supposed to do that. Close it. I do have a title logo. I kind of was done with it, but I want to redo it. But I was like, I'm going to sit on this for a minute. probably come back to it. Now, another thing, wait, make sure the audio's on. Oh, okay, that throws me off. So I was trying the audio mod on. Okay. If there's background noise, we have fans going here because it's hot. That may be the baseline noise, but where was I? Okay, but everything's on, right? Everything's on. Cam video, nothing. I don't need sound. Okay, all right. Let's go back to it. Alright, so it's a weird limited space. God-forsaken town. Disappear from this God-forsaken town. This is kind of... this was kind of lame. This one's a little not ideal. The space I'm fitting this in. I'm going to go like this, but I am going to mask this, so I'm going to stretch this up so that even though if this was freestanding, this was not masked. As long as here lined up with the point sides of the side of the gas space up here, but I'm going to mask it. Okay. So let's do. I gotta do the balloon first. Okay. Oops. Getting the right. His mouth is here. Go up here. Curvature. Eliminate that. Control point. Move over a little here. Click in, and then I'm gonna click here and pull the curve out. Okay. Oop. Escape. Okay, now let's get this out. We don't want it. To move it a lot. Manipulate the use of his power before it's too late. I am Bruce Dickinson. Okay, this is going to mask this object, and we're going to command 7 and mask. Let's see how we're aligned up here. Okay. What if it was here? Nope. Right there. And locking vector graphics in with a pixelated graphic is not as exactly scientific as I wish it would have been in the year 2026. But it's a freaking comic. I'm going to make this a little wider. Alright. Again, for these mask things, let's look at it all in black here. Okay. And some of you may notice when you zoom in on the artwork scans, oh my gosh, they're so blocky. I say it looks like in television, but if you're old enough to know what in television is, you probably understand that this is a print graphic and not a web graphic. So it doesn't look smooth on the screen, but it's going to print cleaner than it would if I had a rasterized edge. Okay? I want it black and white. No gray fuzz in here because the line work prints cleaner that way. Not everyone learns the difference between print graphics and web graphics these days. Okay, what about this? Okay, so what I started to say about balloon tails, I usually use both straight lines on a balloon tail. If someone is saying something like, not if they're yelling, but if they're saying something, just something pointed, a little angry, not quite yelling or screaming where you got to use a sound effect, fall in a blast balloon, but sharply stating something, She's not doing that here, but this kind of has to go straight down to her, so I don't know which side of this to curve. It should be curved. So I'm probably going to just slightly curve that one. Then I got to move this over. Because although the point is here, because of the stroke, the visual point is going to be way up here. So I don't know. So it looks thinner than it's supposed to be. So I could cheat and drag this down more. I'm gonna boop, boop, boop. I think that's always tweaking little things. You always notice something and go back and tweak a little bit. I mean, I'm never, part of me is like I'm never quite confident with it, but just want it to be out of the way, not cover anything in the artwork. I'm always tweak it like this much. You know, like always just these little, for me, there's the micro, just little micro things that change it or improve it. That's going along here. I shouldn't. Maybe I just gotta fucking leave that. It seems like, yeah, dude. Yeah. Well, hopefully this reads right. I mean, it's supposed to be, just read this down, and you move over here, this whole move, and down here. Oh, what is that? Look at that. How weird is that? I didn't even center it. But it's just one word. I think it's fine. Okay, bro. Is there anybody still awake? This is the lullaby. Okay, let's see. I'm done with this page. Let's save it. So, let's see here. Go here. That was page 3. So let's open page 4. Keeps asking me this stuff about the color profile. Didn't used to do that. Here we go. Young fresh fellows. I'm gonna combine these layers into one. Just says balloons. Sometimes when you paste objects, you can have it, paste remembers layers, and then it's like, you'll paste it in and it'll add a new layer with the previous, whatever. So you'll have to, that's how I get 2 layers. Let's say script. Okay, so I've already dropped my script in here. Again, we've got a page with, I'm going to dim it to 25%.
Right?
So this X here, when I over it, the X means it's a placed image. It means it's not embedded in the file. So when you open this file in Illustrator, it finds the TIFF in the other folder. You don't really need to know that, I guess. But let me tell you something else. Some other nerdy, gory details. I've got these guides here, okay? So you got your outermost thing. This is 7 by 10, 7 by 10 and a half, and that's what the printer that we print these comics at. They want their files 7 by 10. Okay, but they're not trimming their comics at that size. So basically what I have here is the second guide in here is where they actually do trim theirs, and then this outer line here is the 1/8 bleed from that. But then they want you to have this extra here for 7 by 10. Now, when I did Potato Mummy Annual #1, they're like, we want our files need to be with the full bleed. It's 7 by 10.5. So I took the 7 by 10.5 and I inset it 1/8 inch. Okay, because there's the bleed, and then whatever safe area I chose, maybe 0.25 in from that. And I got all the stuff trimmed way too effing close. So I have special guides for this particular printer, and that's why you will see the artwork does not actually go all the way out to the edge of this document, because I adjust it to compensate their weird requirements versus where they actually trim their comics. And you find out this kind of the hard way. Okay, so this page, it's again got one big open panel and then 2 panels down here, similar to the last page. Let's copy some poop. All right, Mobile 1. I'm going to copy this out. Am I listening to my radio show? You must be referring to the Gagley Archives. I am not right now. I listen to it. Starts at 7 p.m. Pacific, so I listened to it from 7 to 10, and then I started the streaming. And I also actually notified. The thing is, that's a whole other subject. That's a whole other can of worms that I'm sure I will get into. Yeah, the show. Yeah, like tonight's show and the last several have been reruns, and there's a very good reason for that. But I still tune in anyway when he has to play a rerun. Oh. And I actually sent him some music to play when I saw the Mesthetics play. And I told Brendan Canty, it was like I first heard them on the Prague show. The Mesthetics, they fit in the Prague show great, even though the rhythm section is from the band Fugazi. And I love that crossover thing. And yeah, so I sent him the CD I bought from Brendan Canty. I said, I'm going to send this to my friend Tom. He's going to play you on this. So he'll play this for sure. On this radio show, it's just kind of a worldwide show since the mid-90s. But he didn't really care. He was so anyway, the tragic thing about that show is the DJ, his main computer died, and he's been having a lot of trouble getting it back up, and they sent it back to him, and it was still dead and all this. So he can't really do a new show without it. And then meanwhile, one of his best friends, who's kind of a co-producer on the show, kind of remote co-producer, passed away. So it's been a dark time for that show and for my friend Tom. But he's not giving up. He's not giving up on the show. He's pretty devastated, losing a good friend and all this. It's just he's not giving up on it. And he's like, I can't wait to get this effing computer back up so he can do a new show. And then I told him I was sending him that aesthetic scene. He's like, bro, this. we can do a new. That's the first thing I ever to play. Anyway. The album was great. They were great because they're kind of. You got the rhythm section of Fugazi, which is great. What they're doing is purely musical, instrumental. And they had an album that was kind of like you mixed elements of punk and surf with like prog and jazz. And it's very dynamic. Some was very kind of high energy, but some angular guitar, some rock and guitar, some jazz guitar. Did I say a little bit of surf twang energy in some of it? And then their new album, they have a sax player, so they're joined by the sax player on their recent stuff, and they kind of similar to what I described, maybe a little more in the jazz area. And they freaking ripped. And saw a lot of old friends. Saw a lot of old friends there I hadn't seen in many years. They're like random people came out there, and I did not see Rush, and I kind of regret not seeing Rush, and that's a whole other story. Anyway, okay, so let's see back to Eldo. I guess it's this old. This guy Eldo. What's this? Eldo the dildo. What's he saying? Whoa. Okay. All right. Now here. Look at this crossbar I, because the first word of this sentence is capitalized. This has a crossbar I, but I do not subscribe to as far as the crossbar I, generally used for only me, myself, and I. Only I does it have the serifs on it, because as you notice, the whole typeface of general lettering typeface, we call it fonts, but this is a font, but it's a typeface. A font is the software of the typeface that you load into your computer. That's the font. The typeface is the letters themselves, the art of the letters. Anyway. It's all sans serif, except for the I when it's I, me, myself, and I. And then some people, the J's have a little serif on it too, but generally it's a sans serif typeface. And some people say if the first word, if the first I is the first letter of the first word of a sentence, they use the crossbar. I do not subscribe to that, so I'm going to do it lowercase. I only do it for. I'm going to remove it from here too. For it's going to take over. I tell you. But these fonts are so great. Look how it looks. Look how this reacts. Like when you have these two T's, you have a massive space between these, but it automatically kind of joins these two T's, but your space is still comfortable breathing here. It's like intentional kerning pairs, so your dialogue sits. It is really late, and I've had some drinks, and I'm tired, but dude. You you might like them. You might like them. I mean, it's instrumental, so you're not going to be embarrassed by some vocal style or lyrics. You know what I mean? You got that. Oh, I put the CD in my car, but because I ripped them. But yeah, there's one record that's yellow, and that freaking rocks. It's just the three of them, and then there's a new one that has a clearly jazz type graphic design, like a jazz record type of graphic design on it, and that's with the saxophone player, and that's rad too. It's just like a little bit different. It's almost, they just added this wail and sax, and it's, the sax is freaking rad because there's heavy sax moments, low end sax moments, weird dissonant squealing kind of stuff. All of the stuff I like in saxophone, the guys do it. Because it reminds me of, I'm not well versed in jazz, but the stuff he does on sax is similar to what, like, the two sax players on the first 5 King Crimson albums. There was a lot of sax, and I would say like the stuff that those guys did. He's kind of doing on that, and it's kind of, I would call it weaponized sax. And in my first band, we added a sax player, and the stuff he did was like in that same kind of, he would get some crazy squeals out of the sax. It just sounded, like I guess trying to slice your brain with brass, Okay, so this one's hard to break up because, isn't modern technology wonderful, Scarlett? And I started to mention earlier, I don't like to have hyphen. I don't want to have wonderful. I don't want to hyphenate words to have them continue. Sometimes you have to, if you've got to fit it in the Strait of Magellan. No, if you got to get it through the what is it, the canal. Do you know what I'm talking about? Wait, what? Okay, I'm checking out the chat now. Bro. Wait, Brunson did he bought his shirt? I think it used to be on the thread list. I would see on the thing, it would show me everyone who had placed an order, but I think on my TeePublic, I don't think I found that area where I see who's. So I know I'm not getting a lot of orders, or like 2 or 3, but I can't believe that. That's what Brunson got a potato with. That's freaking rad, dude. Did not expect it. Well, when I did, I bought 2 of Eric's shirts, and I don't expect anyone to buy mine. I don't buy Eric's shirts and be like, okay, now it's your turn. Now you've got to wear mine. You got to get one of mine, and you got to stroke mine. I stroked yours. You got to stroke mine. I just that man wolf thing is just fucking badass, and it's a freestanding print on there, and that, you know, and then the Wizards thing. I love that movie Wizards, and it's so, you know, I don't buy and wear those shirts to expecting a like a reciprocal. You know, I don't have any of that kind of. I just bought it because it's freaking rad, and I don't want someone to go, oh shit, now I gotta buy his fucking shirt. I do not want that. It's not the freaking vibe. You know what I'm saying? Okay. And I haven't bought a Papa shirt yet. Because you're having more freestanding ones on there, but some look really, really good, like the Absolute Batman and the Lobo are very tempting. But then I feel like if I wear a Lobo shirt, I'm kind of a poser, because I own one Lobo book, and I haven't read it. I've just started reading it, and then Absolute Batman, I've got a couple. Like, I read the first issue, and I was hoping it would be more brutally violent. And then I got the Daniel Warren annual on the stack. Haven't read it yet. So I would feel like a poser with both of those. But I certainly would definitely wear a Papa Bow Bow. Wait, how good is my microphone? How good the microphone, did it pick up that Wizard shirt? Yeah, man, I haven't seen it in a long time, the movie Wizards, but we loved it. When it was playing on cable when we were kids, we loved it, watched it a lot. Because we're already into Frazetta and Lord of the Rings and all this stuff. Because of my friend's older brother. Even Corbin, dude. Corbin. Dude, we were like hardcore, but I don't really like in this space. They should be wider, but like I said, modern technology, wonderful stuff. These are so long, 4 long words in a row. It's really hard to break it down. But in this space, I would want wider balloons kind of filling this out. So I don't know. Can't do much with this one. Can't do much with this one. Yeah, this is. I'm gonna have to make it like this, because that's the snuggest it's gonna fit in a balloon. So I'm gonna tighten these bottom to my standard -10 tracking, 95 scale, and then actually widen these out. I mean, I'm not gonna make it perfectly square, but it's just a tiny bit of that. It's all in the micro things. So, huh. Hey, if you get that Wizard shirt, let me know if you're gonna wear it to English Drink. So we get Twinkies! Oh my God! I want to wear the same shirt. How pissed would you be if you showed up in a shirt and I was already wearing the same shirt? Would you be freaking pissed? Or would you be like, oh my god, we're Twinkies? That's what I would do. Oh my god, Twinkies. Oh, I just copied that out. Yeah, these older ones, these out here are so old. I used a 3-layer process for these stupid things. Like I would have a white balloon. Yeah, let's break it down. Lettering, white balloon, the stroked, and then the stroked balloon tail, and then behind it this double thickness stroke. No, I don't. I just combine the two. No, I get rid of that and just have this the same as this on the same layer, and then I press Alt and click this Alt Unite. Dude, that sounds Alt Unite. That sounds. I might get banned. I might get banned on YouTube for saying that. Alt Unite. That sounds pretty fucking right wing shit. Sounds like some right wing fucking militia. Alt Unite. Okay, let's see. This is not ideal. Alright, now look at that. Let's just. This is a new thing here, horizontal and vertical. I used to have to go horizontal line, and then what's over here? Okay, vertical. Now I just got one, okay? But look how close it is here, and then look at all this. I can breathe. My AirPod just died. Let me check. Wait, let me go check. Yo, can you hear me? I had to switch AirPods. Can you hear me okay? I just switched. My AirPod died, and now I switched to the other one until it dies. Wait, I'm not quite getting the comment and see which should take pics with Eric with his shirt. Dude, it would be best if we both wore the same shirt. And, oh my God, we're Twinkies, and then we took a picture with Eric in between us, and we're just like, oh my God, oh my God, look! And we're like on either side of him, and he's just looking uncomfortable as fuck, and he's just going between us. Okay. So yeah, I gotta bump this. Oh, wait, what are we looking at here? I'm gonna bump this up. Whoop. And see, now it's not in the center. It's technically higher than the center, but it's comfortable. Muy confortable. It is muy confortable. Beasley. I have a big green barrier, like halo behind me. And it's kind of pissing me off because it's blocking from my... It's good you can't see my wife, which is good for her, but I can't turn around and pet my cat. Okay, what is this? Where's my... Wait. Squish these down. This, I still don't like this. I'm going to tweak it a little bit. Sometimes I'm staying zoomed in too close and I lose sight of how much space should be there. This... Alright, what this is here. This is... I don't want to put it all the way the hell up here. I don't want to need to put it that close. Let's start here. Oh wait. Okay, Erwin, you sent me where did you send it to me? I'll put it on Instagram. Okay, see, I posted in show. Okay, I'm gonna look. Okay. Let's see. Let's look on here. Oh, you put. Oh, thank you for posting that direct link to the thing. I hadn't had it configured when I first posted the I'm gonna try to stream thing. And shows and oh, no way, dude. You got the dude, the jail one. Wow, dude. Sick, dude. Can you see this on the live stream? Wait, let me look at OBS. Oh yeah, look at this. Alright, viewers, what you're seeing here is Kevin Anthony Catalan and Raymar Brunson at their table at Heroes Con. Where is that? Charlotte, North Carolina? I gotta get this Gatlin boy, but this Ghost Man too. Look at it. So Brunson, I had no idea he bought one of my Potato Mummy shirts with this with the jail Potato Mummy just sad in jail. He's wearing it, dude. It's a big con. But also, look, if you look on the lower right, this Ghost Man, this new Ghost Man just out of shot. I did the title treatment for that new one there. So he finally, I did a while back, but he finally put it to use on a book. It was pretty stoked. So, okay, cool. Nice. Yeah, I want to get that Catlin boy too. Very cool. There's a Pickle PI up there. I did it, that title treatment. I got a pin up in that one. How cool is that? I like that. Brunson is, let's say I support him. That sounds like, I'm stoked because he's making a lot of, he's got a good momentum. Because he's working hard all the time, and he's getting some opportunities and noticing. I'm like watching his. We have a lot of artists on there, but and a lot of great artists on there, and he's kind of on a. He's on a. Let's just say seems to be in a flow state, upward, and so I'm like. He asked me to do another title treatment for a future project. I don't think I'm supposed to name it. I want to try to make it look as good as I can, and because he's making all these strides and getting noticed and all that. So now he's tabling at this con. It's pretty freaking rad. So, I support anybody like involved in the ink and drink that's doing stuff, but some people are kind of like making more strides. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. I wouldn't, I'm on a kind of a slow part-time thing, so I wouldn't expect people to really support my thing, but you will kind of want to get behind these candidates who are rising. Does that make sense? I don't know. So cool. Okay, let me get back to. Okay, let me get out of this. Okay, I need to do a quick. He's crying. He's like, I can't believe that I'm at Heroes Con, and I got my top achievements. Making number 2, making it to Heroes Con. Number 3, wearing a potato lummy shirt. I'm crying right now, dude. I'm starting to get emo over this. I'm about to go crack another beer. I'm going to get even more. Oh, Pingsley! Get up here. Get on my live stream. Big fat Pingsley. This is my kitties. My prettiest kittiest. Oh, this is my kitty. This is my pretty Pingsley, also known as Tigra. But my intimate name is Pingsley Adolms. Okay, here you go. You want to get in the window? Okay. All right. I'll be right back. I gotta go get a refill, and then when we get back, we're gonna check the articulation on the new Optimus Prime. The new Optimus Prime figure. Okay. So don't change that dial, because we're gonna check the articulation. Okay. Ooh. I'm back. I'm back. To this says I have 3 viewers. Is that true? I heard we got three viewers in the audience. Is that true, people? Well, I snuck in the back door. I was packing my pistol. My Uzi of ooze. My what? My what? Love gun. Uh-oh, I just got docked for copyright. It was my Paul Stanley. It was so accurate. Gene Simmons. It's just subpoenaed me on this. Alright, let's letter this shitty comic. I know Paul ain't watching this. He's like, busy with other things. Okay, so, alright, let's look at the big picture. I don't want too much gaposis here because there's no color. You know, you could do a gradient fade to a dark. Yeah, I mean, that's not going to be, but I don't want this to be like, hey! So it's kind of, let's get get hers in here and see if that helps at all. Bubble 2. Oh, oh. Yeah, there are little typos, like this period should be within the quotation marks. This, I want to get rid of this crossbar. Oops, caps lock off. So I just say anything into this thingy and it records the words, just like on TV, and then replays it. It's really like the Twilight Zone. Try it, doll. Okay. I don't wanna edit or proofread anything. I just wanna frickin' drop it in. Got enough decisions to make. Uh-oh. Tim Brunson getting free original art. Gifting. Badass. Yeah, I was thinking about Heroes Con. Like, that would be kind of cool to maybe do a weekend at Heroes Con. If I had enough books and merch to do it, and I would have to have a partner in it. But then, like, saving money, hotel room, like, I don't think I can have a hotel room with another dude, though. Because I think because I snore. I think I'm just too noisy of a sleeper. So having my own But that's a long thing. Yeah, man. Doing that Comic-Con in the 90s, doing 2 Comic-Cons and there's one in San Jose. What's it called? Like Indie something Expo. What's the San Jose one? It's like I want to say Indie Comics Expo, but that's not what it's called. San Jose. Like Mike and Paul would just call it San Jose. They just call it San Jose. And we did that too, and just it was so depressing. Sitting there at the table with these stacks of comics and no one giving a rat's ass. So it really wasn't. I mean, I have so much shame for not continuing and making the number 2 a Potato Movie. I just carried so much shame for so long that it was so much work to do it, and then so little interest from anybody. It was like, that was one of many reasons or excuses that the second issue didn't happen. Okay. This one I'm going to mess with for a while. My brain's getting slower. It's only 1 in the morning. The sun always shines on TV. Davis Adam. Where are you scribbling? Are you scribbling in the... See, I had my iPad kind of standing by in case I just got burned out on the lettering, and like, oh, maybe I'll live stream drawing something on the online art jam, because I can mirror my iPad into this on the live stream, but I don't have any ideas for that. So it looks like oh, you already drew stuff on here, right? Sean drew the angel wings. Neil drew the the fart. That's good. That's a solid contribution in my book. Oh, you drew the dudes on There's a dude melting on the couch. Sorry, I'm looking at it over there, and I can't see that well, but I don't know what to draw on this. I'm like seeing them fly, and I'm imagining the scene from Point Break. Point Break, dude. But then if I draw one of the guys skydiving in Point Break, then I have to do a good likeness of them, and then it's like, it's not gonna. I don't really do likenesses all that good. No, you got the big intimidating white emptiness of the Bristol board. Yep, know what you mean. I often go through times where I'm like, I have no creativity. I can't think of anything to draw. Did I ever even have an imagination? Like, I have a lot of that kind of bullshit noise in my head all the time. And yeah, I'm just gonna sit here and do this over and over, hitting return, clicking back up until I think I've got something that will sit. Oh man, I'm not happy about this. The way these words are sitting. I hate to be really stuck. And I said, yes, I know if I do this professionally, I need to do a way much faster. But 1 a.m. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna get to the online art jam tonight. I think I'm just gonna do this lettering till and my babbling gets more incoherent, and probably the trajectory. I feel like this needs to be longer. This first balloon needs to be a wider balloon. It just does. I don't know why. I'm not going to find the perfect balance for these. And Zone is going to be an orphan. Ah! Ah! Wait, what? 90? No, 95, dude. Tripping. Why did I just copied it twice? Because I'm going to trim off that. Trim off the top and bottom of that. Trim off the top. Let's do that. Okay. Now they're all separate. The sun always shines on TV. The sun always shines on TV. Okay, well, that's centered, but boop, that appears more centered. Let's say I'm not happy with any of these. I'm going to do it this side. How about that? Because that sticks. It's this where this T is close to that, but then there's this gaposis here. Okay, again, we're going to drop it. Boop. So it fits more comfortably. These don't have to be. It's going to be well and safe. All right. Move this over so the now the weird thing is I could have this go over here and then I could either have the balloon here. I'm not even sure if this is where I want it. If it needs to be here. Let's get it away from here, right in the middle there. Okay, widen this out because I'm going to do a little curvature. Oh, there. Let's see. I could go straight there. There, little curvingtons. Easily. The cat's snoring directly behind my green screen. But I can't put her. Alright. Cheers. I am not sponsored by Duvel, who made this collector's glass, or Prankster, nor North Coast Brewery, but thank you nonetheless. Prankster, Belgian style rolling now. It's the best. It's the best. This is weird, right? This is too long and straight. That's what she said. This is weird. Because, see, I think I have to have it go into this one. Because if I have it going here, it's like, I don't know. I'm going to look that up later. I'm going to do it this way, and then I'm going to I'm going to research it. Someone must have addressed it. I mean, my favorite reference for doing digital lettering is the Nate Picos book. Nate Picos has the company Blambot. Well, I use a lot of their fonts and studied all his kind of online infographic tutorial stuff before he put his book out, and then his book came out. That's the most useful reference I've had for digital lettering. And there must be a part in there about which balloon the tail should be attached to when you have a string of these. If the last one or the first one, or if you could do it from any of them, or if you're doing it the one that's closer to the dude's head. Let's do it this way, and then I'm going to look into that. If I remember tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow. I'm just copying this one. Hello? And this I'm going to create. This I'm probably going to have both arching. This one a little closer. Both arching. Unlike the other one where I had a straight. This one over here, I had a straight line, and then the bottom was a curved line. This one, we're kind of arching over this funty hat here. So I don't know. The straight thing will work there. I don't know why that looks a little weird. I this should arch more. Just, I don't know how that connects. But I think Twilight Zone should be. I don't think it should be. I think it should be italicized, not quotation marks. But I don't want to proofread this, but I know I'm. I think that's proper though. Try it, doll. Okay, Bubble 3 Eldo. Try it, doll. Panel 2. Okay, this is still in. Alright, see, this is where it's go back to him. I can't put it down here because he's over here. Microaggression. Okay, so where do I put this? So, blah, 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 blah. And then she says, blah, 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 blah. And then it's back to him. Try it, doll. So if it's here, it almost looks like it's going like this curvature down to here. So I can't put it there because we need this to go. So I got to lower it. That's why I go. That's what makes me want to put it way at the F down here. Because any higher, it's like here. Because he's already got the cigar. You can't have the speech balloon going in this cigar smoke path. So then you're up here, and you can't have it sitting on either have it sitting on all these lines, or like that halfway through, or that halfway through. Like you can't have it. You cannot have it sitting on that line. You cannot have it sitting on that line. So, but up here, it's still. I mean, you could read, try it, doll. It could still work. You know, even if you read that out of, even if you read this before that, it would still work. And then, but then putting it down here, is it a little too cramped? Gramps? Is Gramps making it a little too cramped? Try it, doll. Try it, doll. You frickin' doll face. Try it, doll face. Try it, doll face. Oh, you'll feel the back of my hand. That's got to happen in the store some bit. Try it, doll. I hate to see something happen to that pretty face. This is one of those kind of comics. I'd hate to see something happen to you. Prize racehorse and your pretty face. Try it, doll. Okay, well, I'm losing my voice. From yapping. Try it, doll. Okay. Oh, she's trying to manifest. I will get the role. I will get the role. Fucking Paul's so weird, dude. Paul Sharar's fucking weird, bro. What the hell is that? Wait, what? Oh, an orphan, but I can put this right here, or I can put this up here. Oh, weird. Wait a minute. Okay, there we go. You need to Alt join. Okay. I have to redo everything I just did because that was... I need these vectors to be separate so that I can edit them. Of course, before I go to print, like a lot of this bullshit's going to be removed, it's going to be exported. Exported, the fonts converted to outlines, slash paths, all that stuff, and it's all going to be paginated out in Adobe InDesign. But for now, I want this to be my editable live file. I will get the role. I will get the role. Try it, doll. Oh my God! This says I have 4. 4? Well, whoever is watching, it's cool. Watch anonymously. I can dig it. I like to do that sometimes too. You don't have to reveal yourself, but you're certainly welcome to engage in conversation with me or the legions in chat. The possible 3 other people. I don't know if anybody's actually watching. But hey, it's okay. I would just be talking to myself like the exact same way if I wasn't on Livestream. I'd just be yammering. It's perfect. I will get them rolled. But try it, doll. It's perfect. That, I don't really. Yeah, I don't need to change that. I don't feel the need to change that. What else? Try it though. I will get the roll. Recorder device repeats in recorded tone in quotes because it's repeating Scarlett's words. I will get the roll. See, I don't know if it needs to be in quotes. It should just be italicized in one of these balloons here, I think. And rarely is it like, oh no, go back and do it how I said. Usually it's like, looks great, yeah. Going back to the chat, I don't know if you guys are still on here or not. But, yeah, Bristol, I have these sketchbooks. Now, I mean, I got it at Hobby Lobby. I know a lot of people are like, like if you're, Hobby Lobby, it's so like, if you, there's all this political shit involved. I don't give a shit. My only beef with that place is that you can't use like Apple Pay, and then the lines are long as hell. Just their lack of computer integration, where they'll pull out a notebook to look up the price on something, and some lines take forever. That'll help me. Anyway, give me these square sketchbooks, and they have a bigger one too. It's just kind of neat to have the square, but these pages it's freaking Bristol board. It's like smooth Bristol, really. So I love these. I don't do a lot of sketchbook stuff. Like I ideate. Oh, I'm not supposed to show that. And occasionally I'll mess with new pens, and I'll do like calligraphy. Pud Whacker. CUNT. Smear. Stupid. Just kind of test out pens, kind of deal. Or ideate. But anyway, the paper is basically smooth Bristol. And it's an 8 by 8. Yeah, I like those quite a bit. But then I recently bought my son. He's not even going to use it. I should just steal it back from him. A similar size sketchbook, but it's a little thicker, and it's like marker paper. So the marker paper is very smooth, not quite as thick as the Bristol, but it still takes the marker. I guess so. It would take ink. All right. And it's almost like little smoother paper, tiny bit thinner paper, but it's still thick and smooth. That one was pretty good. That was from Amazon. I'm almost tempted to just take it back from him, and he'll never notice. Anyway, where are we? I don't know. Now it's just 2 people are watching. Are 2 people listening to that? Did you hear that? Did my mic pick that up? Did this AirPod die yet? I don't know. Oops. What happened? Oh, it's 1:31. Yeah. Who the F would be awake at this hour? Freaking tweakers. Freaking tweakers. Just kidding. What else? I will get the roll. Okay, this is supposed to say I will get the roll. I think this should be italicized in a radio balloon. That's what I think. Alright. So I guess it's just coming from this thing down here. I could use this one. But I think I got a new, watch this. Let me paste this up here. Paste this in the balloons layer. Okay, so this, now I got, let me see action sets here. Radio balloons. Where did my thought balloons go? Okay, I'm going to apply this action set here. Let's see what happens here. What the Christ? Okay, well, that didn't work. Wow. Wow. What the hell? That's incredible. That's incredible. See what happens here. That didn't work. Wow. Okay. That totally didn't do shit. But I've used it before. What the hell? Alright, I have these action sets to make these radio balloons. And I have used them before, and they were freaking wonderful. So what happened? Yeah, I don't know what the F happened. Yeah, oh well. It's another thing I have to look up tomorrow. Write that down. Write that down. Origin of tail. Origin of balloon tail in string of multiple balloons. Luftballons. Okay, and then Tom's action sets real instructions. I just think it involves other things that I forgot, like loading graphic styles. So for now, I'm just gonna use this balloon. This balloon, and I've probably used it for in a previous issue. Of course, now I gotta do the freaking balloon for it, which is gonna be gonna have to improvise this. How about that? How about that? Is the cat cash me outside? Girl said no. No. A one, a two, a exa, a four. Join these. Round. Okay. All right. Yay. Ooh, I lettered like 2 pages. So, yeah, I'm not in a real hurry. There's no deadline for this. I'm taking my time because I'm yapping about it. But I should probably go to bed. Looks way more cluttered than I'd like, but man. Maybe I should bring it up. Bring it up here. Like that. See, I don't like that. So I'm gonna have to go like this to really. Okay. Ooh, I need to take these contacts out. That's horrible, though. Look at that. That looks like shite. That's horrible. Okay. We're gonna see what we can do here. Not great, but I don't know. That's a little better. This is not good here though. Let's see. Can't have it sitting on the line like that. Oh shoot! No. All right. The I and O aisle is capitalized. Yeah. Yes, because that's I. I want that capitalized. Oh, I'll put it in my script, movie script, I guess. Yes, because that's I. Like if it says I, I'll, I'm. What other kind of thing is there? I will capitalize because it's still be myself, but I be myself, but bitch. So I want it. I want it capitalized, man. What else? If you see any others, yeah. But yeah, I do have that. I do count that as correct because it's I will. It's still I, just like I guess down here. And I'll have it. I'll have the serifs on it too. What do you got? And now we got me. Yeah, man. Me, myself, and I, dude. It's gotta be you gotta tap into that narcissism, dude. I need my serifs. So just back up. I need my serifs, bitch. I'll. What else? I should quit. I should take out my contacts. Like, I don't know. Maybe I should save the files that I'm working on. Maybe hit a Command S once in a while. Try it, doll. I hate this try it, doll, too. But I went over and over it, like I said. But all this, yeah, I'll look at all this stuff. I'll look at all this stuff again later. But yeah, I bought a script from this guy. And his lettering looks like just like pretty much how I'm trying to do mine, and I like some of his videos and stuff he has to say. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm simpatico and some of the stuff. And then he had an action script in Illustrator that would make these kind of radio balloons easily. So if those of you who don't use Illustrator, I mean they have action sets of Photoshop too, where it's something you would do, and you would do a bunch of different operations and commands and different menus and all this, and it would take a long time. But this would it's just an action, so you hit play and it'll do all the things. So if you had one for creating radio balloons, which is what we call these radio balloons, it's kind of like a blast balloon, but it implies that it's coming from a speaker, coming from a radio, coming from a walkie-talkie or a phone, the other end of a phone. But I loaded them in here, but they're like, he didn't do anything. They just turned turned the thing black, and that was it. So I think I have to have something loaded in the graphic styles thing, and I got to revisit that because I hadn't used it in the actual lettering till now. It has a thought balloon one, which is like the results were like, oh, this is what I've been trying to do manually, and it takes forever. So gotta figure that out. So I don't know what I was saying. I'm babbling at this point. Okay, if anyone's watching in chat, before I mean, I only did a couple pages, so I could probably stream every night for the next couple weeks, and I don't mind doing so. If anyone gives a rat's ass. Any last minute questions or anything that you've seen? Let me know before I log out here. Actually, I'll be right back. Better mute this. I'll be right back. I'm going to do a little more. Just let me be right back. BRB. BRB. Delete this stuff. Okay. Save that. Everything's unlocked. Save that. Okay. And then wait, what was that page? I just Open page 5 here. Anybody still watching? What the Christ? I'm going to show the cover and stuff of this comic because I colored this. What the? Oh, something's going wrong here. Player. Whoa. What? Something just, that's crazy. Okay, I don't know what just happened. I'm going to reopen this. I don't know, something went wrong with my Adobe Illustrator. It fails me. It fails me. Whoa, whoa, what? Look at this. Whoa. Whoa, something's going on kind of weird here. Look at this butt, though. Look how he rendered this chick's butt, dude. Oh, well, it looks better in here. Look at in his monocle. I'm a monocle. Lewinsky is doing you. I've got a cigar too. All right, funty. No, that's really quite funty. Anyway, the cover. I like the cover. Let's show the cover, shall we? I colored the cover and did the graphic design. It's Paul's artwork, of course. Oh, I've got to replace the linked images. I don't know. You always have to relink them for some reason, even though I'm sure I haven't moved them. It's just like, come on, man. Why do you gotta make me take a cognitive test? I was the top in my class at Harvard, and then the top percentile over here at this school. And I was one of 3 guys, but I don't need a car. I'm not fucking senile. Son of a bitch. Come on, man. Okay, it's all right. Seriously having Biden moment. Has nothing to do with drinking or it being 2 a.m. or me being 56 years old. None of those things are relevant. Hot Dog Chronicles 2023. Yeah, this is sitting and rotting for a while now, dude. Processed artwork file. What was it asking for? Cover colored PSD. So it's probably in cover coloring. That's the only file in there, so. And you see I got a logo from like maybe a previous issue, but that's the cover. I like the simplicity. I like these colors. The logo, little different configuration. Number 3, $6, fitting in the. We even got little drop shadows here of that pure green from the gradient background. I made a little drop shadow, subtle. That's funny. She's got this little this shit. Her little recording device that didn't exist back then. You would have like a reel-to-reel thing with a wired. I don't know. But this Paul. It's a comic. Paul Sharar. Try to explain that to him, and he just laughs back at you. It's a fucking comic. So the coloring, I did this. I try to do subtle gradients. You know, a little this green, the radial gradient here, just to kind of focus the finger on the button. Don't say nothing. Got my finger on the button. Don't say nothing. And I use a little, some of it's delineated color. It was a little airbrushing, maybe a little too much airbrushing. I don't know, but I used to do flat colors for all this stuff, and then over time, because it's like, oh well, that's what Jaime and Gilbert Hernandez do, just flat colors on their covers, you know, and so we're doing that. But over time, and I hated the overly airbrushed digital coloring, especially when it was done in RGB mode and everything's all freaking muddy. And then I think he talked to someone, maybe someone at Image or something, and they're like, yeah, just, you can't, they're like giving them tips, and it's like, you can't, like, another thing, you can't just have the flat color, you've got to have pro colors, some kind of variation in it or whatever. And then I was looking at some comics, some Darwin comics, where his art was really simple and retro, and that coloring. Well, they did have these gradients, but they were subtle. It was a very simple coloring, but there was, if you had a big field of color, there was at least some subtle gradient that gave it some kind of, you know, depth, texture, variation, or whatever. So that's when I started going back to doing this. But I don't know if this is. I like it. Just a little bit of airbrushing, a little bit of flat. I think it fits. I did compromise. Anyway, that's the cover. This has been sitting for a few years here. Uh-oh. I hear the secrets that you keep when you're talking in your sleep. I don't know if my mic picked up any of that, but all right. Well, the truth is it's 2 a.m. and I did just pour one of these. Not a wise idea, but what do you got school tomorrow, man? I do need to be somewhere at noon tomorrow. I'm going to meet the great Mike Castro of MC Visuals over at the great comic shop in Long Beach called Pulp Fiction Long Beach. give some shout outs. Get some shout outs, James. So I gotta meet him over there so he can return my artwork that he hung up. With the help of Erwin and Roshi, and I believe and I heard from some direction out from June, and possibly input from Bill McAvoy, hung at our recent live event, which was great, which was a blast. I think we got some new enthusiasts or members, attendees probably from that event joining up. But anyway, I got to pick up my 2 11x17 comic page framed originals from him, and I got to pick up Eric Rivera's art too, as well, and because I guess I live closer to him than Mike does, so I'll get that stuff to him. And then I can pick up my pulls. Tomorrow. Okay, what am I doing here? Oh yeah, I was lettering a comic. Okay, bubble. Page 5, bubble 1, Eldo. This guy's name is Eldo. It's not Dildo. It's not Bilbo. It's Eldo. It's not Elmo. It's not Dildo. It's not Bilbo. It's not Elbow. It's Eldo. Okay, get it straight. Okay, once again, combine, merge these layers. Merge these layers. Just simplify this crap. Hello, don't call me a dildo, because I'm a mogul. You can practice your lines on it. Toots. Does he call her Toots? He's got to call her Toots. Okay, so it holds up. It holds up to 10,000 words. Well, this crossbar I here, I say the nay. But some people think if there's an I beginning a sentence that you would have doth crossbar I do not. I don't subscribe to such. So no, I say the nay. Great. 10,000 words. When you got one of these long ass words here, that'll work. Even though, yes, that's an orphan, but oh well. You may get the deed with the help of this modern magic. Again, there's an orphan, but there's ooh, I don't like this. I do not. I don't like it. I don't like it. Modern man, modern man. You know that you like Bad Religion? A modern man, prominent betrayer. I don't know the words. Too articulate and fast. What is this shit up here? Look at that. What is this bullshit up here? Look at this square ass. What is this square ass? Wait, what is this? The fuck is that? Little creeper. Fucking little hunchback creeping man, yeah. I should go into art and draw a little fucking face on this thing. Like, what the fuck is this? Paul, why aren't you watching my stream? Look at this little fuck stick. What draw a face on the blue man, little beard man. I'm imagining a little beard man. Beard man. Hello. I'm the funty beard man. Oh, wait, that's not. I wanted your lips. Hello. Hello. I'm the funty man. Oh, look at me, the funty man. I'm doing all my funty can. Hello, I'm the funty man. Take a dump in the can. Hello, there I am. I'm the little funty man. I should leave that shit in there. Oh, fuck him, I'm gonna leave that shit in there. See what you got. If you ever notice, I don't know what the fuck that is. Here, let's pan out. Okay, we pan out. What is this? Look at this shadow. Look at the dude's shadow. What is it? A cup full of pens? Is this a credenza? What's that? What's that prancing across the credenza? It's the little funty man, the funty man, the funty man. I'm leaving that shit. I'm leaving that shit on there, motherfucker. I'll fucking leave that, you son of a bitch. I'm fucking leaving that. I'm fucking leaving that shit there. I'm the little funty man, the funty man, the funty man. I'm the little funty man creeping across credenza. What you call the credenza, I call home. What you call the credenza, I call my home. I call home. What you may call a credenza, I call home. What's gonna happen when someone from my work tunes into this? Like a manager from my work tunes into this. Just listens just for like 5 minutes and he's saying, laughing. Laughing at stupid shit that makes no sense. Saying and saying such things. Don't hold it against me. I work remotely. It's not like a threat of any kind. I'm not a clear and present danger. I'd say I'm not even a danger. I'm not even a danger. Certainly not a phantom stranger. I'm certainly not a doth phantom stranger. Oh, I hate this. Okay. This has got to be thrust forward. Because I need, okay. That's because I need a Luft, because I need balloon tails. Oh my God. Oh, it doesn't. That's kind of weird, but whatever. What a wonderful little thingy, Eldo. Dildo, I mean Elmo, I mean Bilbo, I mean Eldo. I'm gonna change the script to that, to say that. I'm gonna have a whole thing. I mean Eldo, I mean Elton, I mean Red Skeleton, I mean Bilbo, I mean Dildo. Dildo Daggins. Oh, I mean, I'm just gonna add all this shit in between. I thought I copied. You think you copy this dialogue and it just still has some leftover poo padooby. Wait a minute. Okay. Bubble 1, bubble 2, bubble 3. But there's 2 panels. All right. It's never, no matter how I bitch about it, it's never just ready to. It's never just ready to letter. I am going to, let's see, do my little adjustment, Benmont. Where's Benmont? It's been a page and a half since I've seen a protagonist. No, not 96, 105. Bjorp? Yeah, Bjorp. Yeah, Bjorn Bork. What a wonderful little thingy, eldy-deldy-doo. What does this say? Dildo fucking... Dildo... Well, I think there was a book called Board of the Rings, and Board of the Rings. And definitely I remember a guy in high school in the 1980s, the late 19th century, the 1980s, mid-1980s, who was reading it. It was called Board of the Rings, and the main character was named Dildo. That might have been Dildo Daggins. But it was some, send up of Lord of the Rings. Spaceballs of the Rings. I never read it. I just think the guy was on the bus with a paperback, and he was... Did not interest me at the time, but although I say Dildo Daggins all the time, and sometimes I say Adobe Photoshop. But I more often now say Adobe Scrotoshop. Like if someone does some bad graphics, like actually like Paul Sharar will post something, like some photo of his like Irish band. It'll be kind of some whack photo editing. And publicly comment, "What did you do this in Adobe Scrotoshop?" Dissing it. And he replies, "I don't know. Maybe you should ask so and so." Like a woman in his band that liked it. I didn't really know. He's like, "I didn't do it. So and so from my band did, and you just insulted her. You're an asshole." Sorry for whichever member of the band did that. I apologize for insulting your photo editing skills, but I just wanted to talk shit to your band leader. Sorry. I'm not sorry about that. Okay, what is it? Oh, what a little thing. Yes, Scar. Wonderful indeed. For business or pleasure. What are you talking about? It's an audio recorder. I mean, he's got to say it here, right? Because this is the close-up of his evil monocle. Oh, oh, yeah, this is, I mean, look at this. For business, ellipses, space, or pleasure. Like, I don't like this. I don't like... I don't like having the ellipses and then the space and then just or. But if I separate it this way, I can't do that. I cannot have one word in the middle of the balloon like that. Just no. And if I do that, I don't want to make a triangular balloon, so I think I have to do that. I don't like this orphan up here either. But I think that's just how it's going to have to be. It says I have one more. Okay, so Erwin, if you're there, are you drawing? What the fuck are you doing? You haven't been streaming in forever, but I know you're projects, and I'm only seeing like these. Hey man. I'm trying to do a quiet, plaintive muted flugelhorn, French horn version. Because it seems like you got commissions and all this stuff, and you're not streaming. Fucking. See, always tweaking these. Always tweaking this shit. You know? Just little incremental improvement all the time. All the way up to delivery. I think it's gonna go here. Bump it up until you can't feel it. Bump it up. Take a dump on your ceiling. Take a dump on the ceiling. Pump it up until you can't feel it. Pump it until you hit the ceiling. Okay. These, I'm going to have two separate tails. Balloon tails. His mouth is way the F ass down here. And I think I'm going to have him not be curved because I don't know, it's because he's evil, I guess. Oh, of course. Why is this an RGB, dude? What are you doing? Why is this? What is this RGB shit? What is going on? I don't even know why the F. Boop, 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 fucking boop, 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 brothers again. Boop, 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 boop. Can we all just take a dump? Can we all just take a dump? Can we all just take a dump? Your mouth is here. I believe it's here. Here's a nose nostril. Your mouth must be here. Your mustache in the rear. Your mustache is in the rear view mirror. My mustache is in the rear. When you shave your mustache, it's in the rear view mirror. Yeah, no. Let's see again. Again, unsure. And I'm going against what I said here. Because I have that curved, and like maybe, I mean, I know he's evil, but he's not shouting. He's not angry. He's sleazy. Fucking sleazy. He's fucking taking his sleazy. Oh, fucking take it sleazy. What the fuck are you doing? Are you drawing? Erwin, if you're there? Anyone there, what are you working on? Maybe a Stone Cold Munchin. Maybe a Stone Cold Munchin. Giselle Munchin. Stone Cold Munchin. Giselle Munchin. My panties were bunching. It made for a most uncomfortable luncheon. It made for the most uncomfortable luncheon. Panties are bunching. I don't even read this shit. I just. Okay. Well, I think we've completed another page. Page Hamilton. All right, Hamilton. Remember that band Helmet? Page Hamilton. All right, Hamilton. Page 5. Page 5. I've got a page boy haircut. Page 5. Got a fucking, like He-Man, a fucking page boy haircut. I've got a page boy haircut. Look at this dog. Oh, shit. But I do like that he's trying to do some kind of montagey splash stuff here. Because sometimes when he's doing that stuff in a real hurry. Okay, this is better. A thought bubble. Okay, I guess it's the end of the line, folks. Damn it. Ben thought, because I want to use that script to make the thought bubble. And it is not properly loaded into my Illustrator. When my voice goes like this, it means I feel I'm about to have the hiccups. And I'm just extinguishing it by starving my lungs of air, and then it'll go away. Okay, I did it. Success. Your son is a success. Thought. Man's best friend. Okay, sometimes wait, he. That's what you're working. You don't want to tell me what you're working on? I know you're working on something. I mean, you wouldn't be watching this if you're watching virtual porn. Oh, you put 2 spaces there. Oh, I hate that. I don't know, man's best friend? Shit. 40, buddy? Are you the only sane one in this whole mess? Alright, let's see. Man's best friend. Stop it. Delete. Now this. Okay, there's man's best friend, and then, or this. Man's best friend. This is weird. This is kind of weird. This man's best friend. I don't know why. That looks, I don't like it. So I'm going to make the best of this one. We're going to shrinkage. I'm going to expand our friendship. Let's expand our friendship into, friend tracking 10, 105, 5 alive. Hey, Irwin, if you're there, I don't think you're there. Because it's just another unanswered question. Are you meeting up with Mike to get your artwork back tomorrow? I got to do that at noon. Alright, these got to be thought balloons. I'll do this Mercies. What? Yep, orphan on top, orphan on the bottom, but that's gonna fit like that. Alright, let's holy shit, it's almost 3, bro. By large hand bottom left. Oh, wait a minute, we don't want hyphenations. I don't want your hyphenations. No hyphenations. No hyphenations. I've said it before and I'll say it again. No hyphenation. Unless it's an emergency. Not even for the insurgency. What? Oh, put this by the hand. What? What? Oh, God. By the hand? That's where by the hand? Here? And then what? Bottom right, Belmont looking at dog, thought level 4. Diddle-do daggers. Diddle-do daggers. Oh, yeah. These are all going to go in thought balloons. So I've got to revisit, relearn, reinstall the action set for making the balloons. Because I had it working once and yeah, it's going to go like that. Okay, and then this I don't know. Maybe over here. Coming out of his butthole under his tail, babe. That's right, babe. This, I don't want that. I'm, yes, because it's I am. It, even though it's the beginning of the sentence, I shan't have the crossbar. And I did those beautiful horses wrong. What? Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, see, I'm going to fit this in this narrow space. I think this is fine. gonna be something like this. Okay, so yeah, I think that's laid out pretty good. Oh, 40, and then oh, 40. Let's look back at the script here. Then what? Thought bubble. Okay, I got that. Thought bubble. By large hand, bottom up, thought bubble 3. It's all thought bubbles. Okay. So save this. I'm gonna delete all this. Because I have all that in other. Oh, like I'm picking booger, actual booger. I just picked an actual booger on live TV. Two people, possibly complete strangers, saw me do it. Oh, and eat it. Oh no! Wash it down. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. Number 1. Number 2. Alright, I'm saving this. Oops. I shouldn't have closed it. I should reopen it. Cause yeah, tomorrow I'm going to do some research and see about that balloon tail on the first or last, or does it matter, of a string of dialogue balloons from Sabers. And then I've got to reload my action script for creating these old school, beautiful thought bubbles. So let's leave this file open. Minimize that. Minimize that. Ah, look, I'm a red man of Barsoom. I'm a white man of Jasum. Isn't that what they call Earth, Jasum? I forget. Okay. Good night. I think I'm gonna take out my contact lenses. I don't know if I'm gonna draw on them. I may be pushing it to draw on this art jam. I'm tempted though. We'll see. Alright. Well, oh, now there's 3 people watching. Okay, so I don't know. It just says 3 people, but it doesn't say who they are. I'm going to sign out. Maybe I'll stream again tomorrow night, but it'll be the same boring shit I did tonight. Okay. Bye. Well, I'm going to stop streaming now. Bye. Thank you for your attendance and your support, athletic and otherwise.